can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used
You're very welcome to King's Resort. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit Spring Festival. 3 million guaranteed, 12 gold rings. This is gold ring number 1. And we are late into day 2 here in the resort. Massive turnout, incredible numbers. Once again produced with over 2,500 players. And this is Sebastian's seat, 9 folding. Seat 1, Vladimir, the local Czech player. This is Frederick Timur folding the 8-3, but Dennis in the hijack. You would have expected an open there, ace-8, but he snap folds. In the money, of course. Average stack, I believe, about 1.4 million. You can see the graphic bottom right showing the blind level we're in, which is 25,000, 50,000. So this is basically just shy of 7 bigs. 6.5 big blind shoving the button, and I like it. A king, key card. So you're very welcome. Big 3 weeks coming up here in the resort with the World Series Circuit Festival. Always brings out big numbers. This is the mini main event, which was basically 225 plus 25, 250 buy-in. 500,000 guaranteed. That guarantee was pretty much obliterated. About 540k in the prize pool, with top place over 90,000 for first place. We've about 90 players thereabouts. We're going to play down to 24 players. You can see the field size top right, 91. 2,532 entries. Quite incredible what this resort produces week in, week out. That is Jan, who's sitting on about 4 million. He's the big stack at the table. You can see the chocolate dark chips there. These are valued 100k, the blues 25k, and the orange chips 5k. That's the biggest stack on the table, belonging to Jan, who's posting small blind. Big blind is Sebastian, who's playing under 1 million. Average about 1.4. That's 1.4. That's Vladimir Krichik, who folds, and Frederick Timur 10-8. And now Dennis playing average stack, which is about 30 bigs. Now, on the button, 2.1 million stack, Mark looks down, ace king, absolute monster. Compulsory open here. What's the size? That's the question. Looks like 125. Button open. Oh, this is brutal for Sebastian. Versus a button open, ace queen suited. I mean, this is a 3-bet all day, every day, and he just shoves all in. It's going to get snap called. It's the best possible scenario for Mark. This is exactly what you dream of when you're playing ace king, and I mean, this is, well, it's not good if you're Sebastian, because you're thinking, okay, you're ahead here, ace queen, you don't get snap called, you're absolutely ahead here. You're not against aces, kings, or ace king. That's what you're thinking. He's going to be putting Sebastian on ace jack, medium pair. The money's going in. He's always going to be calling with the ace king. Sebastian won't like that. Mark with big slick. Dream scenario. He has his opponent absolutely hammer crushed. This is the goal in Hold'em. Get the money in ahead. And Mark has got all the money over the line. Sebastian, I mean, he's 3%. Drunk dead to run a runner. Backdoor straight possibility. That's gone. And with that ace on the turn, he is now dead, buried, eliminated. Sebastian will bust out in 90th place. Tops the table. Mark scoops the pot. Adds 1 million chips to his stack. And brings the stack up close to 3.4 million. Thereabouts. Very welcome to you all. Absolutely delighted to bring you this World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. 12 gold rings up for grabs over the next 2.5 weeks. And of course the guaranteed prize pools, which are equivalent. In fact, they will be greater. Minimum guaranteed is 3 million. This particular event holds a 500,000 guarantee. That guarantee has been surpassed. The prize pool is about 540, with first place payout approximately 92.5k. Top 6 spots will receive World Series of Poker main event seat. And now you're looking at Jan, the big stack on the table, 4 million stack, suited king on the button. No small blind with the exit of Sebastian from the last hand. So just the big blind there was Vladimir Krejcik and Vladimir short. This is Dennis, who is under the gun, folds, but Luca going to make it 125 with pocket eights. Pavel, very short, 400k. That's 8 bigs, big blind, 50,000. 40-minute clock here on day 2 for this World Series Mini Main Event. So Luca opens with pocket eights, and it's folded around to Frederick Teamer, who's sitting on a sizable 3.5 million stack and decides 7-6 off is not defendable, versus an open from Luca under the gun +1. Very good evening to all our viewers, Facebook platform and Twitch, which I've just opened. Johan will be looking after us this evening. Our very hard-working professional moderator. Thank you, Johan. Listed here as Jay Winslow. It's going to be pretty exciting stuff, these payouts while quite moderate, currently like 89 odd players left, just under 1k. They will ramp up later tonight, and of course tomorrow, all the big money, with that 90k plus being paid out to first place. This is, remember, just for a €250 buy-in. It's remarkable, really. Now, Jan active, and why would he not be? He's got the chips. He opens here with the suited connectors, and a small pair from Vladimir is mucked, and Frederick Deemer seems to be playing on the tight side. He folds. This is Dennis. He won't be folding. Big slick, big blind, 1.4 million stack, 28 big blinds, and he goes for the lot, and I don't mind this. All in shove. He's going to get like a ton of hands he's flipping against to fold. I mean, even look at the equity there between ace king and 6 high. 6 high still with 34% equity. So I get it. 28 big blind rip. It's quite sizable, but it's a quite profitable shove. Of course, it's not really ideal getting a call. Not many hands he's ahead of that will be calling him. Ace queen suited, possibly. I think ace jack would be debatable. All the big pairs, of course, call. So Dennis takes that one down. He posts small blind, and Luca, the Italian, in the big blind. This is the short stack. One of two shorties. Pavel from Slovakia, beautiful country. I had the pleasure of visiting last week. Absolute quality country. First time to visit it. Of course, connected to the Czech Republic, where we're broadcasting from. This is Crazy Frog, the Greek player, who's playing 2.9 million, ace queen. Now, this is just above a 3x. A little bit larger, this sizing. Ace queen. Gonna fold out all the trash hands for sure. Possibly even the 9-10. Luca decides no interest. So all of these players, they've locked themselves just over €900. Locked themselves up. A payday of 907 to be exact. But it's that huge first place payout that these players will be targeting. Of course, it's a faraway pipe dream at this stage. So much poker to be played between now and when that money is awarded to the winner. So step by step, survival is the name of the game. This is tournament poker. Can be an absolute brutal game. The idea, of course, is survival. And when you got the chips like Jan, who we see opening once again, you've got to take advantage. Apply pressure to these shorter stacks. And Jan seems to be up for the task. Getting the short stack to fold here. Jan takes down another pot. Gets his stack up to 4.1 million. Increases his advantage. Viewers just tuning in, you're very welcome. What we are watching is the World Series of Poker circuit Mini Main Event. It's the opening event, gold ring number 1. That's our chip leader. Very right hand side of your table there in the blue top. That is Jan cracked. And in the white hoodie here you see Mark playing 3.1 million. Mark busted out Sebastian a few moments ago. Ace King versus Ace Queen. He's picked up aces here under the gun. Very big sizing, 3x. Dennis will be folding the ace 4 you'd expect. Lucas not going to show interest with the 8-2. Short stack in the small blind, 5 high is not going to be interested also. And our Greek friend listed here as Crazy Frog in the big blind will snap fold. 7-6 off. No customers for Mark, the player who opened here. With the bullets, bottom left of your screen, you can see Frederick Teamer, very accomplished hold'em player. We featured Frederick on our stream before. Frederick opening with the Queen 8 suited. A little light perhaps, but the table is playing quite tight. Chip leader folds under the gun, so I don't mind this whatsoever. Frederick does get it through. Looks like Mark's going to be folding here in the big blind. So there's 125k out there, which is about 10% of the average stack. So big incentive to go and steal. Left hand side is Vlad Križić. You can see how small that stack is. Sitting on about 500,000. That's in seat 1. And he's first to speak here. Basically playing 10 bigs. Well, in fact, it's 9.5 bigs. Under the gun with the 9-6, he's going to fold. He'll be posting 20% of his stack blind the next hand. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. This is Pavel, who's playing 6.5 bigs. And the cutoff, not going to waste any time. He shoved the same position last orbit with the King 5. No reason why he's not going to shove with Ace 5. And it gets the button position to fold, just marking the small blind. And Mark does have a decision there, King Jack. He is suited, so this is close. I mean, this is a snap in the big blind position. But you see, he does have that additional concern of Jan, who was tracked after him. And look at this. This is loose. 8-7. This is pretty loose. 280. 5.5 bigs. Jan calls. Pavel won't mind this. He's in real good shape. Now, good shot for Jan. So 7, 8 or 9. 9 would make a straight. King, not good. Pavel needs to avoid 7, 8 or 9 to stay alive. And he does that. And Pavel gets a double. I'm not really sure about that call with 8 high. I think it's pretty loose. I think the small blind has a stronger case for calling with King Jack suited. Although I don't mind that fold either, to be perfectly straight, given that he has the big stack still to act in the big blind, who we did see make the call, Jan. 5.5 bigs, it's close. Jan now posting small blind, and this is the short stack now at the table with 9 bigs, and these 2 big blinds invested. One is the ante, of course, and 1 big blind proper. So he's just about 7.5 bigs behind. It's folded all the way around to the cutoff Crazy Frog, who's going to be snap folding. And now Mark on the button with ace 6. Mark makes it 1-2-5, and Jan in the small blind folds the Queen 10, and it's pretty horrible for Vlad, who looks down at the absolute nut low 3-2 offsuit and leaves himself with just 370,000, which is 7 bigs. So, World Series of Poker Circuit Festival is what's happening here in the resort. Kicked off just a couple of days ago. And will go right through April, right through to the World Series of Poker Circuit main event, 1 million guaranteed. And that kicks off on the 14th. 15th of April, with the final day on the 19th of April. We'll bring you all the action, of course, of that main event. We have the monster stack, 500,000 guaranteed next week. Total of 12 gold rings to be awarded throughout this festival. This is the chip leader, Jan. Jan in good shape here with 10s. 3 bets. And look at the sizing. It's like super small sizing, this 3 bet. Versus a 125,000 open. Makes it 275 and gets unlucky. The ace here on the board will probably save him. Lucas made a set, and Luca, well, the ace probably will motivate him to put all the money in. quite likely his opponent has an ace in his holdings. He'd be sure he's up against an ace here, and he's going to get all the money over the line. But in fact, the ace will save him. Jan folds the tens. And Jan has lost $1 million in the last couple of hands. Luca makes a set. Calls the 3-bet pre. And then check raises all in on the flop. So 3 million total in guarantees for this World Series of Poker Circuit Festival Spring Edition. We're watching the mini main event. $500,000 guaranteed for the 225 plus 25 buy-in. Also kicked off today was the Gold Ring number 2 50 stack. We'll have the final day of that tomorrow. $100K guaranteed in that event. With a PLO Bounty Hunter, Gold Ring number 3. Then we have the mixed WSOP Circuit Mix PLO No Limit Hold'em Gold Ring 4. That brings us up to the No Limit Hold'em Lucky Sevens. Gold Ring number 5 and Gold Ring 6 is the monster stack. That's the one we're going to be covering next weekend. 500 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed. Always gets a huge turnout. So 12 gold rings in total. Main event itself kicks off on Friday the 15th of April. It's a 1,700 buy-in. The 50,000 starting stack, 1 hour clock with 2 starting flights. 1A on Friday and then flight 1B on Saturday the 16th. Now, Jan with the pair of nines. Looks like Mark limped with the suited ace. Jan makes it 125 and Frederick folds. This is Dennis in C3 with Queen Jack. He's going to have to just fold this. And Luca will be folding in the big blind, the 8-4. Now, what Mark does will be interesting. Versus the chip leader, he's out of position. It's a really interesting spot. Both players with similar stack sizes. Jan does have Mark covered. Mark does make the call and he flops the good shot. Jan ahead. Won't be crazy about that king, but I think Jan's going to be firing. 100,000. Getting close to 5-1 with his good shot if he believes his ace is good. Certainly getting the right price to continue. The check folds. His ace-3 of club. Now, Mark, under the gun, +1, ace-8 folded. You've just tuned in. You're watching the World Series of Poker circuit. This is the mini main event. It's described as a mini because of the buy-in. It's just 250 total buy-in. But of course, there's nothing mini about the guarantee, $500,000. And that was well surpassed 540,000 in the prize pool. This is Dennis on the button, and he makes it 130,000. Fold it right around the blinds, showing no interest. Pavel down to 635,000. About 10 minutes left in this 25k, 50k blind level. That's Dennis stacking chips, playing about 1.5 million. Well, in fact, he's 1.7 million now. This is a chip count graphic showing us exact counts. Jan up top with 3.6, Frederick 3.5 million, Mark just over the 3.1 million. Down at the bottom, just 6 bigs. Well, closer to 7, in fact. With 345,000 is Vlad Krijic from the Czech Republic. Thank you for tuning in. We love to bring you these live events from the resort. You can see the top right there, just 77 players remain. 1.6 million, I believe, is the average stack. Looks like we have a change of name. Jan, now listed as Lucky, opens with the Jack-10 suited and gets that through. Well, actually, no, it's a new player at the table in seat 9. Lucky 761, new arrival. Players can be listed with an alias, nickname. And that seat did belong to Sebastian Dabrowski from Poland, but it is now occupied by our new German player, playing about 2.6 million. It's your big stack sent to your screen. 3.6 million ace queen. He's going to be opening, Jan. Now, Vlad. Decision time. Does he make a stand? A6. Jan's been, opening pretty much every hand, so you get why Vlad is considering moving in there with the A6 off. But it's just too weak and too many players still tacked. Jan does have the goods on this occasion. Ace Queen. Folded around to Pavel from Slovakia, who folds. Crazy frog here in the small blind position with the Queen 8 suited. He folds. Mark won't be defending. Suited 10 deuce in the big blind. From what we've seen, certainly, I think he just lets this go. Jan takes down another one, gets a stack up to 3.7. So Jan posting big blind. We have lucky 761 who's seated to the right of the dealer. There you can see the new player at the table. Seat 9, lucky 761 under the gun. Now, hand full of potential. Very early position though. And that's the reason lucky 761 folds. Vlad needs to make something happen. I don't blame him for moving in here with King 8 offsuit. 7 bigs. Can't afford really to let the button go through him again. Dennis suited King himself. He folds. Luquette now has a pair, but really versus a shove. Don't think he's going to be calling, but Pavel will be going with this. Pavel re-raises, puts his stack over the line with the Ace Queen. We did see a King 5 folded, so not great really for Vlad. And this is another King 5 that will be going into the dustbin. So Vlad in real bad shape here with 2 of his Kings at least folded and 1 of his 8s. Jan folding the Queen 8, so massive favourite here, Pavel. Vlad Krejcik from the Czech Republic moves in with King 8 off, just under 7 bigs. Pavel makes a stand himself. Moves his stack in with Ace Queen. We have 2 Kings and an 8 in the bin pre-flop. 9-7 3 flop. Jack. Now, interesting. But it doesn't help in the end. Vladimir misses. Did pick up a good shot with that jack in the turn. It doesn't happen for him. Vlad Krejcik is eliminated. And that player you see on your screen is Pavel Blazik from Slovakia, who's got a stack now up to about 1.2 million. 25.50 is the current blind level. Just a couple of moments left in this level. This is Frederick Teamer, one of the big stacks on the table, folding under the gun, and Dennis suited king. Way too early position. He lets go the king 8, folded around to Pavel Blazik, who's just busted out Vladimir. Top right there, you can see the field size, basically showing how many players left. Just 74 players, unique players left in this event from the 2,532 total entries that created €540,000. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Mini Main Event, and right now you're seeing Jan a snap call from the small blind versus a button open. But Mark on the button position with the goods again, picking up a premium. Ace Queen suited on this occasion, and Lucky's in the big blind doing the mathematics, getting a massive price, of course. 90 to call, getting 4.5 to 1 on his money. But it looks like he's gonna 3-bet. That's what he's thinking about. It's not going to work, you know, because Mark has the goods here, and he's counting out a lot of chips. Maybe he's just posturing here. Does fold in the end. So we're going to go to a flop between Mark, who has position, versus Jan, who's first to speak, but he does have Mark covered. Jan with 3.5 million. And top for Mark. Top pair, top kicker. Pretty much ends it. But Jan here is going to donk lead. Does have the backdoor diamonds. $135, and I would like to just see a smooth call here, but this is understanding the purpose of this raise. In position, I guess he thinks there's a good chance he's up against King Queen, maybe Jack Queen suited. Pretty much everything else folds, and he's blocking them hands. Dealer announcing blinds up, so I'm just wondering, is that the best way to play that hand? Top, just raising your opponent, trying to build up the pot straight away. With that queen in his hand, he's blocking so many hands that would continue. Unless, of course, his opponent went ahead, flopped a set. Slow played aces or kings pre. So I'm thinking it's, you know, he's raising to extract that information. He gets played back at. Maybe he's thinking he can get away from top pair, top kicker. This is Pavel, who's doubled his stack in the last couple of orbits. This time he's playing the bullets. Big blind is 60. He makes it 140. We haven't seen anything from Crazy Frog. Probably not going to see him on this occasion either. Small pair versus player who's already opened. Fours do get mucked. Now, Frederick, well, Queen Jack, surely Frederick Teamer will be defending. He is suited, connected. Loads of potential. Does put in the $100k chip, gets his change. We're going to see a flop. Well, that is huge for Frederick. Top pair and a flush draw. I mean, you couldn't really expect to hit this board any stronger. Pavel's still in the lead, but it's very slight. Frederick has a pair, two pair draw, trip draw, flush draw. He's got so much going on, he just check calls. Boom, check mark. Pavel. Well, I'm just looking at his stack depth. 855. There's 540 already in the pot. Good check back here. But he's probably thinking he needs to protect his hand against a potential flush, but Frederick has made it and he check raises, it gets snap called, it's all over for Pavel Blazik. His aces are cracked, he's drawing dead. Not often in this game he is drawing dead in the turn, but that's the case for Pavel Blazik, who just gets up and leave. It's not really important what happens on the river. There's no card in the deck can save his tournament. Just to rub it in, Frederick Teamer connects with the jack also, but the flush is what busted out the player from Slovakia, Pavel Blazik. So another bust out, we had Sebastian Dabrowski bust out versus Mark, Ace King versus Ace Queen. Then we had Vlad, who was all in with the King 8, ran into Ace Queen. That was Pavel who busted him out. But Pavel is eliminated now at the hands of Frederick Teamer. Aces no good versus Queen Jack suited. But it's pretty much a setup. Nothing really he can do there. Super standard, really, how it played out. This gentleman here with the Queen Jack suited in the big blind defends and flops top pair in the flush draw. Check calls on the flop and then makes his flush on the turn and check raises all in. Of course, I think Pavel is always going to be calling there, given this stack depth. Now, Dennis makes a pair. This is blind v blind. Teamer, who's now the big stack on the table, 4.4 million. Dennis with bottom pair and the back doors. It's in a little re-raise to find out what the story is. Gets his answer. Frederick snap folds, so Dennis scoops the pot. Gets his stack up close to 2 million. We'll post small blind, and the Italian Luca will post the big blind. Two empty seats. We're seven-handed. You've just tuned in. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort in Rozvadov. This is the home of live poker in Europe. This is where you can find action 24/7, 7 days a week. We're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. This is the opening gold ring event. The mini main event, 250 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed, and this is Crazy Frog opening under the gun. The first we've seen from the Greek player. Makes it 140, and Mark looks down at King Queen. I think he might fold this, you know. He does fold. Totally get it. Crazy Frog playing very snug. Early position open. And I like that fold from Mark. Nothing invested. Just avoiding getting himself into a tricky spot. Crazy Frog gets a bit of respect. No one interested. Crazy Frog takes it down, button moves. Luca posting small, and Crazy Frog now posting big blind. Mark will be under the gun. Apocalypse asking about the gold rings on offer. Well, the World Series brand is the biggest live poker event brand in the world by a long way. And the World Series festival that's held once a year is in Vegas, moved to Valleys this year. Goes on for about 5 weeks, where the bracelet events but the circuit, then there's circuits throughout the whole year, circuit events, and the circuit events award the gold rings, and this is one of these circuit events. 12 events throughout this festival are championship events that hold a guarantee and will award a gold ring to the winner. Now, Crazy Frog in the big blind with the same hand, King 10, as our new arrival, which is BJK07, who will be known as BJ. Defend from Crazy Frog. Well, I think this board is going to give confidence to BJ to continue. Ace 3-8 as the pre-flop raiser. He's got range advantage here, and he does have that nut flush draw. should things get spicy. So a standard continuation bet. He's just going to take this down. Crazy Frog folds. So the blind level is 30,000, 60,000. The average stack is about 1.9 million. We have 68 players left in the field. All of these guys have guaranteed themselves a payday of 4 figures. This is BJ, who has acquired this seat that did belong to Vladimir Krizjek, who busted out a short time ago. BJ opens here with the ace jack suited, no interest. From any other player. Still the big blind to act though, but Mark looks down at 4-3 in the big blind position, so Mark is going to be releasing his cards straight away. Nice start for BJ. Always good to win a couple of pots when arriving at a new table. Breaks the ice. Gets his stack up to 2.1 million. So plenty of decent stacks here. I mean, there's no one below 25 bigs. Lucas the short stack on 26 bigs. So this table for sure above average stack wise. That's the player in the big blind playing about 3.5 million is Jan. Now this is BJ, 2.1 million folds. This is the chip leader, 4.5 million. Frederick a teamer, suited king, no interest. Dennis in the hijack with 10-5. Crazy Frog with the ace 8 makes it 130k, and just the small and big blind to contend with. Mark folds in the small blind, and Jan with the same trash hand in the big blind. As the small blind, he folds the a3. Jan with 3.2 million behind. Now, Dennis, pocket fives. It's a pretty awkward situation. It's like a lot of players still to act. But it's not going to stop Dennis from opening with his fives. Crazy Frog, 9-7. He is suited. Looks around. Considers his option. He could 3-bet with this hand, that's for sure. That's what he's thinking. But hasn't made a decision. And there is the 3-bet. It's the problem with these small pairs. What do you do when you get 3-bet? Out of position. It's just a real nasty situation. They don't flop so well, that's the problem. Pot now inflated. Mark with a 10-7 suited in the tank here. What's he thinking about? Well, not calling for sure. He was considering a 4-bet, and I tell you who could 4-bet after Mark's eventually folded the 10-7 is this gentleman Jan. Looks around, looks at the clock, looks like he wants to continue. 330 is the 3-bet. This has really made the hand interesting. Now, lucky 7-6, one with Queen 8 of diamonds. It is significant, given that he's blocking Crazy Frog and Jan. And now action back to Dennis. Now, I mean, he just has to call here because of the price he's getting. It's 200k. He's getting like 4.5 to 1. What's the right price to set mine? Dennis looking to connect. Jan with the real hand here, the ace queen. Crazy Frog. Well, he's 3-bet with 9-7. Diamond in the window. Makes a pair and a flush draw. Crazy Frog leaps into the lead. And I think we're going to see a continuation from Crazy Frog. First to speak is Jan. Could have ended this pre-flop were he to 4-bet cold, but decided to flat the 3-bet. Now he checks first to speak. Dennis checks 2 over cards and doesn't get much better than this board if you're sitting in Crazy Frog's seat. So a standard continuation bet here on this Jack 3-7 2 diamond board. Crazy Frog with a flush draw on that pair also. It's going to end the hand 380. He's going to win quite a sizable pot with the weakest hand pre. There's the scoreboard. Dennis 1.5 million. I mean, the average is just about 1.9, so a lot of blinds on this table. You can see Frederick Teamer still in charge here. 72 bigs. Crazy Frog up that chip count chart up to second place at 60 bigs. Mark 3.2 million Jan, just under the 3 million mark. Then we have Lucky, 2.3 million, BJ, 2.1 million, Luca and Dennis are the two players just under the average stack, but I mean, there are plenty of big blinds to play with. 26 bigs for Luca and Dennis with 24 bigs. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. This is the spring edition. This edition has 12 gold rings on offer with minimum of 3 million and prize pool guarantees. Crazy Frog up to 3.6 million. Mark folds the A7. Well, he's still alive. In fact, he's in the cutoff with A7. He hasn't folded yet. But now he has, and we move to Jan on the button here, and he's going to open with 7-5 suited. This is BJ in the big blind. Jack 6 of clubs. Jan had about 4.5 million at one stage. Made that call with the 8-7 versus a short stack all in rip. It's cost him another 5.5 bigs. I thought it was a little loose. Made the call, lost that pot, and then lost a few more. And he's just building back up now. This is Dennis. 2.1 million stack, 1.5 in fact. And Luca, 1.6 with the jacks. Luca opens 150. Big blind 60k, so pretty standard open size from Luca here with the jacks. Under the gun +1. Fold it right around to Mark. Mark takes his time, does fold the Queen 7, and Jan folds the Queen 6. Now we're looking at Lucky. Button position, snap folds, BJ. Small blind suited to King, but I think this is just a little bit too awkward. Hand strength just a little bit too weak. I think BJ is just going to let this one go. Frederick defending in the big blind with a suited 10, 10-5 of hearts, but he's completely missed. Jacks are still good. Still with the overpair. Luca makes a 2-2-5 continuation bet. And that's the end of hand. Okay, here we go. Hello. Frederick Teamer. Check raising Luca with the 10-5 with absolutely none of it. But Luca just pulls the trigger, goes for the lot. I would have liked to seen just a smooth call there when he got check raised, given that he was in position. Keep all of Frederick's bluffs in there. But the 4-bet all in just ended the hand. And that is Luca. over the 2 million mark now. Frederick just taking a little bit of a sidestep. It's cost him a bunch of blinds, but he won't mind. He's still sitting on 3.6 million. Joint chip leader with Crazy Frog. Luca up to 2.4 million. Average stack is about 32 bigs, 1.9 million. Dennis, the short stack on the table, but he's still plenty to play with. 24 bigs for Dennis. 1.5 million stack, and this is Luca under the gun. He's going to open again. Just seen him win a sizable pot there with jacks. Now he looks down at Ace King suited. He makes it 150,000. Crazy Frog will be snap folding the jack 2 off. Mark's not going to want anything to do with this. 6-4 goes in the dustbin. Jan, King 8 folds. Lucky folds his ace. Ace 3 off. And now VJ with 7 deuce in the button position folds. Small blind folds, just the big blind, queen, deuce, offsuit. It's not really defendable. Dennis is going to let this one go. And Luca takes down the blinds and ante, but you would think he'd be looking for action with that type of hand. Well, of course he is. Ace King suited, an absolute monster. And now he will post big blind ante, both valued at 60,000. Viewers just tuning in, you're very welcome. Thanks for joining our Kings broadcast. We've got a real interesting couple of days lined up. We're going to be broadcasting the World Series of Poker Circuit Mini Main Event. This is basically a $500,000 guaranteed event for 250 buy-in. And a new arrival, it's Massimo under the gun. Well, this is light, but you can see his stack size, just 11 bigs. Doesn't want to post big blind next hand. Massimo, let's rip here with the 9-8. What's Mark thinking? Not calling with the King 7, surely. There's no way he is. Not with all the players stacked. Even in the big blind, it'll be debatable. Certainly from his position there, it's not credible. He's thinking of calling. Now, fold it right around to Frederick, who's going to fold the 10-3, just the blinds. Well, Dennis is going to be calling. Great spot here for Dennis. Short stack all in rip. Dennis asking for a count, but there's no way he doesn't take this opportunity, and that's what tournament poker is about. It's all about timing. You can't sit back, let these opportunities pass by. Okay, it's still a gamble for Dennis. He could have ran into it, but I mean, it's just way too strong a hand to be folding. He's ahead there very often, and he sees that he's ahead on this occasion. He's 2-1 favourite, but he needs to hold. He needs to avoid a 9-8 or some crazy kind of straight, and this kind of flop is absolutely ideal for Dennis. Hits a pair. Massimo with none of it, and he's drawing dead. On the turn, Massimo was a light shove. Let's be honest, 9-8 off. About 10 bigs. Great situation for Dennis. Dream flop, really. Scenario played out perfectly for him. 10 big blind shove with 9-8 off. He looks down at ace queen. Snap calls, hits a queen on the flop. So average stack is 2 million flat. Big blind 60k. This is Jan sitting on 3 million. And what a great sight. You look down at the ace. Nice situation developing for Jan with the bullets. Now sizing's so important. Makes it 165. Folded right around to Dennis, who's on the button with an attractive looking hand here. It's Queen Jack. He is suited, he's connected. Does have position, so there's a lot of benefits for Jan here. Problem with this kind of hand, when you hit a pair, you really don't know where you are. And this would be the case for Dennis. Should he hit a pair, he'll be in real bad shape. And this is one of his outs here, Luca. Queen Deuce in the small blind, and just the big blind here is Crazy Frog. And this is going to get crazy. Two big stacks. Crazy Frog with the kings. There's close to 500,000 already in the pot. This is just going to explode. All the money is going to go in pre, I expect. Dennis will get out of the way. Going to see a 3-bet, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see a 4-bet then from Jan. 3-bet incoming from Crazy Frog with the kings. I mean, this is just the sickest situation in No Limit. Aces versus kings does happen. You never really expect it when you look down at the kings. Obviously, it's a concern, but you're putting your money in with kings pre pretty much all the time. Crazy Frog with the 4-3-5, and Jan is just loving this situation. Dream scenario for Jan, and he's just waiting to pull the trigger. He's thinking to himself, how much does he 4-bet? Looks like 1.2 million to me. It's 1.3 million 4-bet, and we're just going to count to about 3 or 4 seconds here and then see an all-in from Crazy Frog. It's brutal. It's horrible. Crazy Frog. Well, you can't get away from this situation. I certainly can't. And I actually don't think folding long term, I mean, the amount of times you're up against aces is minimal. You can be up against queens that would do this. Ace King would do this. Jacks might do it. And we're just waiting on Crazy Frog. Now, does he actually sense the danger? And is this why he's taking his time? Or is he just trying to display weakness before he puts it all in? He just flats. Interesting. Okay. What's the idea of the flat here? Well, he's under-repping the strength of his hand. That's for sure. So maybe he just wants to be assured that he gets all the money in. It's incredible. I mean, he's just absolutely smashed this board. He's flop quads. It's aces versus kings. How the money isn't in pre-flop, I don't know. 2.8 million stack, and now it is. And Jan just goes, taps the table. Crazy frog. With the kings, ran into aces. Doesn't flop one king, he flops quads. And on the turn, Jan eliminated. 4 in the turn, 8 on the river then is completely irrelevant. Aces versus kings. Jan eliminated, massive stack. This is your new overall tournament leader, 6.8 million. Average stack is just 2 million. He's 3.5 stacks. The dealer, I can understand why the dealer's counting. Jan has left the building, but the dealer just wants to make sure the crazy frog does have Jan covered. Interesting way that hand was played. I expected all the money to go in pre. This gentleman, crazy frog, just flat it with the kings. Why did he just flat? I do not know. I don't know why he flatted. Was he just... I don't know. Did he suspect he was up against the aces? Perhaps. He suspected he was up against the aces. Perhaps that's why he just flatted. Perhaps he just wanted to be assured that he would get all the money. Maybe he deducted that sometimes Jan would 4-bet light there. He's sitting with kings. He wants to make sure that he keeps Jan in there. Just flats. Not sure. Now, ace-6 suited for Dennis in the cutoff. He makes it 150. Crazy frog. What a stack. What a story developing for the Greek player who sits close to 40 million. Blind level is a new one. It's 40,000, 80,000. And I'm pretty sure this is a 40-minute clock for day 2. Confirm that now in a second. Tomorrow, I understand, is a 45-minute clock. So, yes, day 2 of this World Series of Poker Circuit Mini Main Event Gold Ring. Number 1, look at this. Mark's turn to pick up the aces. Pick up the kings. Sorry, guys. I'm going over and back between the screens. I see Mark is the player with the kings. Dennis with ace-6 suited. And Dennis going to continue, it looks like. Opened in the cutoff. Mark 3 bets. And now Dennis counts out the chips. Puts in the additional 235,000 already. over 800k in the pot. Dennis with just a 2x pot size bet behind, and Dennis has connected. He's made a pair. He's made bottom pair. Mark with kings. Does have the king of hearts. There's 2 hearts on this board. 4-2-5. Now, what does Dennis do? Well, this is really tough. Calls the 3-bet with ace-6 and he hits a 6. Will he have the discipline to let this one go? Mark continues. What kind of hands would continue on this board that Dennis is beating? There's very few, let's be honest. These small pairs, not really likely to 3-bet pre. Ace king, he's blocking that. Good fold. Good fold there from Dennis. I think maybe a club on the flop would have given him additional motivation to continue, but bottom pair. No backdoors. Decided to let it go. So I was just looking at the structure for this No Limit Hold'em mini main event. 40-minute clock today, and then we move to a 45-minute clock tomorrow for the final day. Johan telling me it's 45-minute clock today. Well, I'm not sure about that, Johan. Yeah, 40-minute clock confirmed. And then we move to 45 minutes tomorrow. Now Lucas' turn. With the jacks, opens in the cutoff. And our new arrival, Clement Cure, who is King's Reg. Clement, multiple tournament winner. Interesting flop. Luca with the 2 blockers to the nuts. Clement with a blocker of his own, that 10. Now, this guy Clement, hugely successful. Folds his draw. I'm pretty sure that Clement has won a gold ring. Perhaps I'm mixing it up. Well, I'll tell you what he did win here in Kings. He won the European Poker Festival, which was €500 buy-in. And he got 66,000. Sorry, he came second in that for 66,000. We featured him on that stream. That was August 2020. He's a multiple tournament winner. He's 275,000 in live tournament earnings. He's won a couple of smaller events here in Kings, including the New Year celebration event. That was January, early January. 200 buy-in, 11k for first place. Clement Cure, who you see here now in the small blind with the 9/8 suited. Lucky makes a pair, and Clement Cure with top pair. Now this is just going to be carnage. Both players turn 2 pair. Clement with top 2 and Lucky with top and bottom. This is blind versus blind. We're going to see money go in. There is a straight out there, flush out there, but there's no chance. Lucky 761. Will be folding his 2 pair. There's the call. Now, maximum blood spillage would be 9, but a 6 will slow things down even further. 3 spades out there and 4 cards to the straight. I think both players will be happy to get to showdown. There's a check from Clement. Now Lucky trying to figure out should he value bet. He thinks he's ahead here once it's checked to him, and he's considering a value bet. He's positive he's ahead, but he checks back. There's the 2 pair, the winning hand for Clement Cure. Could have got very messy this. At 6 certainly saved Lucky a lot of chips. Clement Cure, the Frenchman, takes down the pot. Four cards to the straight. Interesting scenario. Lucky 761 was about to value bet. Decided against it. I think the value bet gets called. Unless, of course, he goes absolutely crazy. Turns his hand into a bluff and shoves, but I mean, that's just hugely unlikely. Now, Crazy Frog, ace of 5 in the hijack. $54 players. Average stack about 2.1 million. Well, in fact, it's about 2.3 million. About 28 bigs. Lucky 761. 2 million stack. Big blind 80k. Folded around to him in the small blind with pair of deuces. Makes it 200k, and JK here in the big blind folds the queen 5. There's the chip count graphic showing the state of play here at the Gold Ring #1 Mini Main Event. Chip leader Crazy Frog, and what a crazy hand. Kings versus aces. Crazy with the kings, he flops quads. He's good for that sizable stack, which is good enough for the overall tournament chip lead. Dennis folds, Luca gets out of the way. This is the chip leader, Crazy Frog. 6.8 million. 80 bigs. Now Mark with the King Jack in the hijack position. You'd expect an open here. Well, that's pretty snug, isn't it? Folded around to him in the hijack. He folds the King Jack. And now lucky 761 will fold in the button. So battle of the blinds, BJK versus the very tricky Frederick Teamer. The young German player is sitting in the big blind position. Sitting on 3.5 million, Frederick Teamer. All options open to him here. BJK limps with the Jack 7, and Frederick indicates to the dealer that he will check, so we're going to see a flop. 6 in the window is good, and that second 6, well, it just gives Frederick an absolute lock on this pot. And I love this fire of 100k. I mean, it's just so unlikely that BJK will put him on a 6. And you can see he's tanking here with the Jack 7. Absolutely none of it. No pair, no draw. But he just doesn't believe Frederick. And he's going to check raise. And I just absolutely love the speed of that 100k bet from Frederick Teamer. And now we're just going to see a smooth call for sure from the young German player who's got so many moves, this kid. Five would be interesting. That's just ridiculous. Second time we're seeing quads, and this is guaranteed check back. Oh, sick. Absolutely sick. BJK, well, he's going to think to himself, well, Frederick has a 4. Absolutely. Guaranteed. And he's going to bet his life on it. Frederick Teamer. And BJK makes a boat. It's so sick, this hand, and it was just the speed of that small bet on the flop. I think that's the key to the pot just bloating so big so quick, and it's going to get bigger, believe me. Frederick still to act. He's going to go for the lot, will he? Goes huge. It's getting snapped. Well, it's not getting snapped, it's getting called. BJK does not get away from this. It's brutal. $1.6 million pot. Nicely played from Frederick Teamer. BJK now short, sitting on about 12 or 13 bigs. Button moves, and Frederick posting small blind Dennis in the big blind position. That's Dennis. And the big blind, and under the gun is Luca with the Queen 8. Now, Lucas opened in the cutoff with 7-6, but BJK, who's the short stack at the table, looks down at ace-10, and this is it. I think it goes in while he just flat calls. Does have position, I guess. Lucky, trying to establish what's going on here. He's asking what kind of chip stack, and he's a lot of chips, but they're all the lowest value. And that's the problem with this flat from BJK. Versus a cut-off raise, I would have liked to see BJK just move that in. Now what does he do? Well, looks like he's going to fold. Money should have gone in pre-flop. Lucky takes down the pot with 7-6. Did make top pair, but shouldn't really have got to see a flop. BJK now down to 10.5 big blinds. Kings once again. How many times have we seen them in the last half an hour? This is the third time. This time it's Mark's turn. Mark with the King Kong. Two black cowboys. 3.6 million stack, big blind 80,000. 175,000. Clement. King Jack suited. He's just moved to the table. It's probable he's no idea how snug Mark plays. If he had the local knowledge, he'd be just folding this King Jack, I think, promptly. Has him folded. If he's going to continue, it's probably more reasonable for him to continue with a 3-bet rather than just a flat call. There is the 3-bet. King Jack, 3-bets to 425. Now, Dennis will be snap folding the ace 6 in the small blind, and Luca. Interesting. Several hearts were folded here. Not good if you're Clement. Now Mark has a couple of options. Obviously everything's open to him. He's never folding, that's for sure. That'll be just crazy. Could just flat. Keep old Clemens' weaker hands in there, but that's the end of hand with the 4-bet rip all in. He's happy to take the pot. 625,000. Clement down to 1.5 million. On the left of your screen you see these 3 tall towers chips. They belong to Crazy Frog. He's sitting on 85 big blinds. 6.8 million. Short stack is BJK. 10.5 bigs. We've seen a really interesting hand. Blind versus blind. BJK versus Frederick Teamer. That did all the damage. Chip leader under the gun with the Jack 10. I'd be opening here, but not Crazy Frog. This is Mark. 4.2 million stack. 54 players left in the field. So on the button is Luca. Under the gun here is Mark. That's the chip leader on the left hand side of the screen is Crazy Frog. Mark folds. Clement is the short stack, 1.5 million. Well, there's actually a shorter stack, which you're about to see now. In seat 1, it's BJK. 840k folds. This is Frederick. Hijack. Ace 6. Big blind is 80k, so we're going to see a 205 open from the German player Frederick Teamer. What is Luca doing folding? Ace 9 suited. Well, Crazy Frog won't be folding Ace 9 suited in the big blind. Not versus a Frederick Teamer opening the hijack position. Crazy Frog. Ace 9 of diamonds. Just flicks in the 205 in total. See a flop. Frederick. Ace 6. Crazy Frog. Ace 9. Crazy Frog with the backdoors. Backdoor straight, backdoor diamonds. Frederick, absolutely none of this. But he does have the lead in this hand. He's the pre-flop raiser. Does have position and he fires 175. Now, if I'm the chip leader, Ace 9 of diamonds, I'm certainly going to float for one street, see what happens. A lot of cards can help. There's the 175. The dealer collects the chips, puts them in the pot. 880 in the pot. Frederick won't like this call. Jack on the turn. That's an open ender for Crazy Frog. He looks back down. That 9. Very important card. It's a blocker now to the nuts, but he does check. He could have bet out there. Crazy Frog, he checks, and Frederick is going to go again, but it's not going to work. Crazy Frog with that open ender. Makes the call. Now, how does Frederick win this pot? Very difficult. 3. Now, it's a horrible card for Frederick. He can't bluff with this hand. He just can't. Because he doesn't have any 3s. Frederick. This 3 favors Crazy Frog. Crazy Frog checks and Frederick's just hating it. Absolutely hating it. But he's going to go again. Wow. How does he do this? And it might work, you know. 475. I think it will work. Crazy Frog has missed. Oh boy. How does he win this hand? Frederick showing a lot of composure. They're asking, did you have an 8? Young German showing quite a lot of creativity. A lot of strength of character. A lot of players just put the handbrake on in that situation. Frederick wasn't going to settle for losing the pot. He knew he had to bet at it if he was going to win it. Now, BJK with a suited king. He's the short stack. He folds, Frederick folds, Dennis. 1.4 million. And this is Luca. Now, interesting. Arcadian has just landed. Now, are these the same flags? I know Crazy Frog is from Greece. Arcadian, is that a Greek flag also? It looks like it. It is the same flag. So, putting open from Arcadian with a suited ace, and then we have Crazy Frog. 3-bet before with the 9-7 suited, but on this occasion he just flat calls. Mark looks down at a pocket pair. He decides just to flat. Puts in the additional 130,000. We're going to see a flop. 3 players. Arcadian has position. Spade in the window. Well, that's the nuts for Arcadian. Don't get better than this. Mark with the spade draw, but I think he's pretty much finished. Crazy Frog has a piece of this, and he might think his 9 is good. Arcadian still with the nuts. 4 cards to a flush out there. Coming towards the end of this 40,000, 80,000 level. Mark has made a flush, but he's not going to be excited of the prospect of continuing. Just the 4 spades in his hand. Crazy Frog has no possible way of winning this. It's just lighting fire to these chips. Nice smooth call incoming from his fellow countryman Arcadian. There is the 260. Call from Arcadian. Crazy Frog now with a decision. Does he fire again? I think he does, you know. It's totally irrelevant what came there. Didn't matter. Hey, possibly the board pairing would have changed things, but Crazy Frog shuts down. Impressive. Has the fold button in him. So many players just fire again there. And Crazy Frog just making it quite clear. That his option is a check. Arcadian. Stone cold nuts. He's got all that he's going to get. Crazy Frog. Folds. Not sure which spade is shown there. Arcadian flopped the nuts, gets his stack up to 2.3 million, which is about average. Well, it's 2.4 is the average stack with 52 players left. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Mini Main Event. We had 2,500 plus entries for this 500,000 guaranteed event. We're coming up to a break. After this hand, you can see players starting to leave the table already once they made the decision on what to do with their hand. Frederick folds A7. He leaves also Dennis 8-6 folds. You can see the top right graphic showing the field size 52. Blind level 40, 80. Next level is 5100. Luca makes it 205, and going to see Crazy Frog fold in the button. Just the blinds here. Now, big blind. Clement with the 10-7 suited. Well, Clement has a piece of this, makes a pair. Backdoor straight, backdoor diamonds he doesn't want to hit. That's an interesting card because that gives Luca with the combination draw, straight draw, flush draw. Now Luca bets it out. I think Clement, well, he sticks around for sure. Pair and a flush draw, 225. Four cards to the straight on the board. Clement with a pair in the lead. And I think Clement will want to get to showdown. Luca, king high, gonna fire. Doesn't believe his king high is any good. It's a really interesting one. 430,000. Clement Cure suspicious. Why would you bet here unless you have an 8? Well, Queen 8 makes sense, I suppose, given that Luca bet turn. Now bets river again. This is incredible. This guy Clement, absolute expert. Beating a bluff and bluff only. It's quite remarkable, isn't it? How he makes this call. And he's won a monster pot. Clement Cure, the young Frenchman. He'll enjoy his break a lot better. How do you call there? Says Luca. Luca down to 23 bigs. We're going to be back in 10 minutes. Do stay with us.
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Circuit Mini Main Event. We just seen a very high level call by Clement Cure. Very right hand side of the screen there. Just before the break, took down a huge pot. That's the short stack 10 bigs. Sorry, well, it's 8 bigs now with the big blind move to 100k. He's sitting on 840. That's just shy of 8.5 big blinds. And he decides to move in. Average stack 2.4 million. A7 all in rip under the gun from BJK. Luca took a massive hit just before the break. You can see he's not happy. Arcadian folds the ace-5 suited. Crazy Frog folds, and now Mark on the button. Not quite sure what he's thinking about with 8-6 offsuit. Clement folds ace-5 and just lucky in the big blind with jack-9. I think he just lets this go. And BJK gets one through. Takes down the pot. 250k out there, $250,000. It's greater than 10% of an average stack. Gets his stack up to 11 big blinds. Right hand side of your screen you can see Frederick Teamer. Frederick will be under the gun. Chip leader on the table is Crazy Frog. 5.6 million, 56 big blinds. He's double the average. I think Lucky just lets rip here. Well, he makes it 250. BJK folds the 7-5. Lucky takes down the pot. That's Dennis. Send to your screen. Pocket fives. Very awkward to play these. Nice fold, Dennis. These small pairs, early position. Very difficult to play. This is Crazy Frog. Chip leader, 5.6 million. Big blind. 100k, 50 players left. Average stack 2.5 million. This is Mark in the hijack, 8-6 offsuit. And now Clement in the cutoff, playing average stack. This guy is top drawer, believe me. 275,000 in live tournament earnings. Folded around to him in the cutoff. He's going to open with the Queen-9. Action with Lucky, pocket eights. So Lucky going to continue. 7 6-1. Flats with the 8s. BJK. 10-9. He's just going to fold. 150k. It's just way too big a percentage of his remaining stack. So the 10-9 off is going to go into the dustbin. Frederick getting a huge price. He's going to continue, I expect, with Jack 7. He is suited. I'm going to go 3-way to a flop. Well, this is action. A set for Lucky. Pair in the back doors for Frederick. Good shot for Clement. Everyone has something. Lucky, of course, has absolutely smashed it. I think he just flats. Expect him just to smooth call here. In position. There is the smooth call. And Frederick, I think a pair in the back doors. I think it's strong enough, 180. I think he can call here. Sometimes he's ahead. But a lot of cards can improve his hand. He gets away. Now, 10 would create a lot of action. It's a 9. Pair and a good shot for Clement. Does have the blocker to the nuts. That queen in his hand. Wants to see a river, he checks. Check back from Lucky. Ace of spades on the river. Clement's 9 is good here sometimes. I think we're going to see another check. In the hope to get to showdown. There's the check, and now Lucky will go for value. Full boat. $1.1 million in the pot. $305. Clement won't be calling this. What bluffs does Lucky have? I mean, I just can't see any bluffs he could have here. Nine, 10. I'm surprised at this call. King, queen, he put him on. Nice pot for Lucky, 7-6-1. So, action with the Italian Luca. He folds Arcadian. 2.3 million. Average is about 2.6 million. This is Crazy Frog playing double the average stack. Chip leader on the table. This is Mark. I haven't seen much of him of late. 8-5 of diamonds. It's folded all the way around to BJK, who moves in for 8.5 big blinds. Frederick folds the Jack 7, and Dennis, who's down to 1.2 million, he's going to fold 9-3 in the big blind position. BJK up to 11 big blinds. Folded all the way around to Lucky. Pocket pair in the hijack. I'd be opening here for sure. $3.6 million stack. That's a tight fold. Cut off BJK. He's going to be folding the 10-6. Not really much he can do with his stack. Frederick folds on the button, and blind versus blind Dennis with the 10-9. He'll certainly be continuing here, you'd expect, against the Italian Luca in the big blind. Well, that's so surprising. Dennis not willing to complete for the big blind. Luca with the king 5, the big blind position. So just 45 players remaining. Another bust out, and then all of these players will be on the 1,500 plus payout level. Six times their initial stake, but it's the big money up top. First place, 92.5k. Now Clement with the king queen. He makes it 200k. BJK is going to 3-bet rip all in. But he has a big problem, BJK. Specifically his kicker. Because he's going to get called by Clement. Well, in fact, he may not. Ah, this is crazy. Well, Clement won't be calling because Clement won't be in the hand. Because Luca has come in with a 4-bet and now a 5-bet. Cold 5-bet with the queens. Luca, not in great shape here, has to be said, given that BJK and Clement both have one of his outs. Arcadian with the queens, great shape, 70% here. I mean, it's not often you see this, queens versus ace king, and queens 70%. Queens now 85%. 2 hearts on board. Arcadian does have that queen of hearts, which, I mean, this is great situation. Kills the ace of hearts. And king of hearts, 6 on the river. Queens hold. Arcadian, it looks like, has busted out 2 players. Huge pot. BJK 3-bet ripped with the king queen. Luca looked down at ace king. I don't blame him. Cold 4-bet all in with the ace king suited. And then Arcadian looked down at queens. Cold 5-bet all in. Clement quickly realised his king queen was drawing dead. Queens hold, massive pot, 2 eliminations. $5.2 million pot for Arcadian. And the 2 Greek players side by side with the hoodies and the black face masks. Both of them with about 11 million in chips between them. You can see it there. 5.6 million for Crazy Frog and 5.4 million for Arcadian. 2 massive stacks with just 7 handed on our feature table. Short stack is Dennis playing about 1.1 million. Average, you can see there top right, 2.9 million with 43 players remaining. Now Lucky with the 10s. $225,000, big blind's 100k. Fold it right around to Dennis. He's the shorty. 1.1 million. He folds. Arcadian be folding. And now just the big blind. Ace 9 for Crazy Frog. You'd expect to defend here in the big blind. Ace 9. Crazy Frog flicks in the 125,000. 6, 6, 8. 10 still good. Crazy Frog checks. Check back from Lucky. 6 on the turn. You're going to see Lucky bet out now. Quite confident. His full boat in the lead. Crazy Frog could win this not only with an ace but a 6. Would win it for him also. He thinks his 9 could be good. Lucky's house just got bigger. It's gone from 6s over 10s to 10s over 6s. There's a $500,000. But Crazy Frog's just going to let this go. And the 50, 100k blind level has seen quite a lot of action so far. Three-way all in, 5.4 million pot. Acadian with the queens. Queens held. That's Clement Cure, your screen. He's sitting on about 1.4 million, but the short stack is Dennis, 1.1 million. Blind level is 50, 100k. Arcadian and Crazy Frog, the two big stacks. Frederick Teamer with 4.7 million and Lucky 4.2 million. Quite a lot of chips on this table. And the small pair into the dustbin. Lucky 8-5 suited. Lucky folds Frederick. Holds the 5 deuce, but Dennis, I think we'll be going with this 11 bigs. And if I'm Dennis, I'm just letting rip here. Pocket pair, 11 bigs in the cutoff. Pair of 6s. I mean, you're not going to be looking for action here, are you? So I think we're going to see 11 big blind rip. From a Dennis. $42 players. Well, that is hugely surprising. Arcadian. Ace Jack suited. He opens on the button. Crazy Frog with a suited ace of his own. These are the two big stacks, and it's probable Crazy Frog could 3-bet here, find out what's going on. First is a button open from the chip leader. Ace 9 suited is type of hand that could be a choice for a 3-bet, but it looks like he just flats the 300k open from Arcadian. 2 hearts for Mark in the big blind position. That's not great news for Crazy Frog. Suited connected, but not interested in putting in the additional 200k to see a flop, even though he's getting 4-1. So Ace Jack suited for the chip leader, and Crazy Frog with the Ace 9 also sitting on a monster stack. Queen 10 deuce, both miss. Arcadian with the good shot to go along with his backdoor diamonds. I think this continuation bet will be the end of hand. Crazy Frog is missed. I'm surprised Dennis didn't pull the trigger there with his pocket 6s. 11 bigs. Time is running out for the German player. I think he would have got action from Arcadian. And the 6s were in okay shape. And we have our local character, Chiquita, Banana Man. Local businessman. owns the very successful Thai massage business right next door to King's Resort. And Chiquita, huge character here in King's Resort, a reg for many years, hugely successful, of course, massive winner, multiple tournament winner.
One race 230,000, two pass, three pass.
Straight away opens the 230,000 with ace-6 under the gun +1. Clear demonstration of intentions from Chiquita. 230 is the bet size. Crazy Frog just lost. Paddy's sitting on 4.8 still. Quite sizable given that the average is around 3 million. Well, Clement sitting on 1.2 million in the big blind with pocket queens. Good rip. Straightforward route. Get it all in here. He would think he'd probably likely to get called, given that it's just 12 bigs in a stack. That's what he does. Let's rip. Chiquita will ask for a count, but I can't see. The banana man making the call here. You do the mathematics. $42 players left in the mix. 3 million is the average stack. We're looking at Chiquita Banana. It's too much. 11 bigs. This would damage Chiquita. He's not going to make this call. See the label on his sweater there, Chiquita Massage. That's the name of his Thai massage business. Really successful business here in Rozvadov. So this is the big stack on the table, Arcadian, and you can see he's starting to widen his opening range. 8-5 suited. I get this. He's going to run into a problem here perhaps with Mark. Ace Jack, could 3-bet, probably most likely just calling the button position. 250. Clement sitting on about 1.7 million with ace-5. I think he lets this go out of position. Unsuited, ace-5 is folded. And another ace. Ace 7 for lucky. In the big blind position, 150 to call. 5 to 1 on his money. His problem, if he hits his ace, he doesn't know where he is. That's why he's thinking of folding this.
9 pass.
So we're going to go to a flop. Arcadian
Heads up to the flop.
has the betting lead with 8-5 of clubs, 8 in the window. One club on board, I think. Arcadian continues. Looks like 3-2-5. Mark. None of this.
You miss 100,000.
Now, Dennis, well, under the gun +1 is going to be under severe pressure very soon.
5 plus. 6 plus. 7 plus.
It's a very tight fold in the cutoff. King Jack. Mark just playing a little bit tight. Clement
8 plus.
folds the Jack 6, 1.7 million stack. This is lucky. Small blind. He won't be folding the ace Jack. Chiquita in the big blind. Lucky wants to know what kind of stack he's playing. Chiquita is over 3 million.
Raise 250.
Chiquita. Jack 3 offsuit. Facing 150,000 raise. Let's it go. So in the big blind now will be Frederick Teamer, the young German. Chiquita will post small blind. And under the gun will be Dennis. You can see Dennis on the very left of your screen there, the black baseball cap, that's Dennis. A lot of pressure on Dennis at the moment. And this blind level due to expire very soon. But again, Dennis not interested. In ace 842 remain. Arcadian with the queen 10. He folds, and this is Crazy Frog. Jack 5 offsuit.
6 pass. Seven pass. 8 pass. 9 pass.
Lucky folds on the button, so it's Chiquita versus Frederick. Blind v blind. The banana man, not one to give up his blind too easy. He limps in here.
One raise 250.
Well, in fact, he raises 250 with the 10-7, and Frederick decides, you know what, you can have it. And you can see the ante posted super quick by Dennis, because there's just about a minute left in this blind level. That's your scoreboard. That's the chip count graphic displaying all the chip stacks for each of our player here on the feature table. This is the World Series of Poker circuit. It's the mini main event. Gold ring number 1. We're down to just about 40 players. About 42 players, 41 in fact, you can see top right. Average just over 3 million. Action with Crazy Frog. One of 2 Greek players side by side who are holding all the chips. This is Mark with the King Jack off. We've seen him fold this hand in this position. So I expect to fold once again. Well, this is
7 raise 200,000. Lines up after this hand. 8 pass.
this is interesting.
9 pass.
He opens on this occasion the King Jack. We've seen him folded in later position, previous orbits, but decides to open here. Makes it 200k. And Dennis in the big blind. Suited queen. You should really be calling here. And he does make the call. Dennis with just 8 bigs behind. And that stack will be even more shallow with the new blind level introduced next hand. Well, it's going to be action, I think, here. Top pair and a good shot for Mark. Open ender for Dennis. Dennis just lets rip. Open ender. He's just 20% equity with his draw. And Mark, he's blocking Dennis here with that king in his hand. Dennis's queen is dead. That would give Mark a straight. So Mark going to make this call. Not quite sure why it's taken so long. Top pair and a good shot. Of course he's going to call. Showdown, says the dealer. Turn them over. Dennis is just crushed here. There's a couple of 8s folded pre. Not great. open ender and he's just 20% equity. Mark, fabulous shape to bust out. Dennis waiting for a king or an 8. Make a straight, it doesn't happen. Deuce on the river. It's elimination for the short stack. Never really got going on this feature table, but he does finish 41, I think. He got €1,571 for his endeavours. Leaves us with 40 players, averages 3.1 million. That brings Mark up to about 4.2 million. Couple of empty seats. They belong to Dennis and Luca. Both now. Busto. Crazy Frog and Mark. The only 2 players from the original lineup. This is Crazy Frog under the gun with the 10-9 offsuit. You can see the new level, 60,000, 120,000 has been introduced. This is Mark, 4.5 million, ace 4. Now, Chiquita, 3.1 million, exactly average. Ask the dealer what the blind level is. It's a new blind level. 120k is the big blind. So we're going to see an open to 260 from Chiquita Banana. With the Queen 7 suited, it's folded all around to the chip leader. 6.2 million for the big stack. 50 plus bigs for Arcadian. With 8-6. Chiquita with a small continuation. 200,000, about 30%, less than 30% of the pot. 640 of the pot, he makes it 200. And Arcadian with absolutely none of this, but he could try and get a bit tricky with Chiquita. Decides to let it go. Chiquita gets up to 3.5 million. So 2 big stacks here, blind v blind. Arcadian in the small blind. Limps in with the 9-7. Crazy Frog decides to raise it up with the 9-5, and Arcadian just says, look, you know what, you can have it. Arcadian just shy of 6 million and Crazy Frog just shy of 5 million. Blinds are 60,000, 120,000. You're watching the World Series Poker Circuit Mini Main Event. This is the spring edition. This is the graphic displaying the chip stacks on our feature table. Shortest stack is Clement, 1.7 million, 13 bigs, so still plenty of big blinds in the stacks here. Average is about 3.2 million, about 25 bigs. Chiquita going to open here in the hijack. Pocket sixes. You can see the graphic showing 38 remain from 2,532 entries. What a turnout. This is the mini main event, and they call it the mini because of the buy-in level, €250. But there's nothing many about the guarantee, half a million, 500k. And the 2,500 plus entries created €540,000. So Chiquita Banana opening here with the sixes, fold it right around to Mark in the big blind position. Mark with ace-3. Mark's been playing pretty snug. Wouldn't surprise me to see a fold. Chiquita takes down the pot. Dealer says they need to be shown to the rest of the table. On the button is Crazy Frog. Mark, small blind. Clement, big blind. Lucky under the gun. He folds now. Chiquita folds the 6-3. Action with Frederick. He won't fold a suited ace in the hijack. Looks at the clock, sees what the big blind is. It's 120. Calculates the sizing in his mind. It's going to be around 260. Makes it 255. And it's folded around to the blinds in the small blind Mark. King 2 offsuit. Clement with an ace in the big blind. This is interesting. Frederick, a teamer. Ace 3 suited. Clement. Ace 6. Clement's going to defend. An ace. You'd expect at least a defend. Well, this is quite strong play, this ace, of course, such a pivotal card. It's blocking so many premium hands. Clements decides it's better to just rip here rather than flatting, playing his ace 6 offsuit out of position. Lets a rip and puts Frederick in a real tough spot. These, in my opinion, the two players that have showed the most creativity, the highest level of skill so far on this featured table. Frederick folds. Clement takes down the pot, brings his stack up to approximately 2 million. Average is about 3.3 million. You can see the graphic there. Clement still the shorty, 2 million, 16 big, so you can see these stacks plenty of depth, but they're all starting to get a little bit bunched up. Chiquita makes it back in time, folds under the gun. Cadian in the hijack folds, and Crazy Frog cut off with a suited ace. Crazy Frog makes it 260 with ace 3 of diamonds. Now, Lucky in the big blind. King 4. He is suited. May show interest here. Just 38 remain. This is Lucky 761 in the big blind. King 4 clubs. So there's the call from Lucky 761. Puts in the 140,000. Pot size now 700k. We're going to see a flop. King 4 suited versus ace 3 of diamonds. Both make a pair. Top pair for Crazy Frog, bottom pair for Lucky. See Crazy Frog check this back for pot control / deception. It's exactly what he does do. Lucky checks turn, but Crazy Frog now gonna fire a delayed continuation bet here on the turn. 310,000. Lucky with a pair. That check on the flop. has got Crazy Frog paid on at least one street, 9 on the river. This might go check, check. The 5-7, 7-10, both get there. Not out of the question for Lucky to have this hand in his holding. But you'd imagine he just wants to go to showdown. He does have showdown value. He's beating a bunch of hands, but not ace-3. Crazy Frog gets his stack up to 5.6 million. Average about 3.4 million. Now, Arcadian, chip leader, folding the King-8, Crazy Frog. Yeah, well, he's back up close to the top here on 5.6 million, but he's going to let go of the Jack-Deuce and continue stacking his chips. Mark at the cutoff will fold the Queen-2 offsuit. Frenchman, Clement Cure. On the button here with the Queen-9, lost a big pot versus Lucky with this same hand. Similar situation. Clement decides to just limp in here. With the 120, just 60 for Lucky to call. I think he's going to put in 60,000. Lucky, average stack. Puts in the 60,000, and Chiquita, Banana Man will have an option in the big blind with 10-4. He is suited. All these players blocking each other in some shape or form. You can see the top right graphic, 38 remain. Chiquita asking what's going on. He checks his option in the end. Well, 2 pair for Chiquita, top pair for Lucky. Clement has missed. Lucky 7-6-1. First act. Fires 250. This is going to get messy. For sure. Chiquita. Top 2. May pull the trigger here. But it looks like just a smooth call. 250. No, that's a raise straight away. Chiquita raises up the pot, and this is a difficult one for Lucky. What's he beating? That's the question. 9-10, 8-10. All these weaker 10s do come to mind. Does have that Jack of Hearts for the backdoor hearts. I think he continues for a street. Top pair just probably A little too strong to be folding. Straight away. May stick around. He does have a 2-pair draw. Trip draw could be good. Counting a stack. Sizable raise here from Chiquita Banana. Look, he gets up out of his seat actually. Big pot here. Big moment. Lucky 7-6-1. Top pair, but he's run into it. Chiquita Banana. Top 2. Well, the longer it goes on, the more I'm thinking that Lucky's leaning towards a fold here. I think it's becoming clear to him. He's not beating very much. Lucky. Made top pair. Leads out, get raised. What you do? "38 players remain. We're going to play till 24 or the end of level 30. We're watching Lucky 7-6-1 here, who's flop top pair. Almost 5 minutes in the tank here, but eventually he folds. He makes the correct fold. Chiquita. Flicks over a 10. Well, that doesn't give too much information to Lucky. Quite a lot of 10s he's beating. But not 10-4. That's what Chiquita had, top 2. So now the big blind is Frederick Thiemer, the young German. And under the gun is Arcadian, the chip leader, 5.9 million. Averages 3.5, 36 remain. So we're going to see another blind v blind confrontation here. And both of these guys for me would be the two of the more sticky players when it comes to blind v blind. Chiquita here raising once again in the small blind, but Frederick Teamer not going to be folding. Ace 5 suited. Puts in the additional 140k, and banana checks check back from Frederick. It's a good shot now for the banana man. Frederick way out in front here with the ace 5, but he's not super confident with this board. And Chiquita not interested in putting in a penny. Frederick, small blind ace queen. Chiquita folded. On the button it's just the big blind, the chip leader. Arcadian 7-3. Don't think he'll want to continue here. Well, he decides he is suited. Straight potential. Hits a pair, could be good. Frederick snap checks and a check back from Arcadian. Well, Arcadian didn't act yet, but that snap check from Frederick, well, it's going to get him paid. Arcadian fires Frederick with an easy check call. Problems for Arcadian. He connects. And he's going to fire again. Well, Frederick just seems to have this gift of getting paid off. And this is quite a sizable pot. I think Frederick's happy to check call another bet. Arcadian, of course, shuts down now. And that is a huge pot. And we have a new chip leader, the young German player, Frederick Thiemer. And he's been pretty sensational, let's be honest. He's displayed a lot of quality. Now, under the gun, Mark, 4.2 million stack. Average you can see in the top right is 3.7 with 34 left. Clement, short stack on the table. 1.8 million. $15 bigs. Folded all the way around to the big blind, and it's Crazy Frog. He's not going to be too interested in continuing with the jack 2 offsuit. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, we have a new player on the very left hand side of the screen there. We have 2 new players. So this brings us back to 900, it looks like. There we have it. 2 new additions, seat 3 and seat 4. That's where Dennis and Lucas at. And it looks like seat 4 is carrying a ton of chips, 6 million it looks like. Clement under the gun, 9-4 in the bin. This is lucky, 761. Average stack is 3.7 million. This is Chiquita Banana. Frederick Thiemer, 5.7 million. And Billy looks like playing 4.8, but Danilo Cisternino playing close to 10 million, the Italian, who we've featured several times in our stream as the big stack here. Straight away he opens, marking the big blind with King 10. Danilo takes it down. Danilo, big winner here. He won the Euro Poker Million just a couple of months ago. 160,000 first place payout for that Euro Poker Million. It really was sensational event that. It was a 500 buy-in. 1 million guaranteed, over 2,000 entries. Danilo came out on top, defeated Nasiri heads up, collected the 160,000 first place payout. And you can see Danilo looking to go deep here in the World Series of Poker Circuit Mini Main Event.
King of spades. Nine pass. Service game. Two pass. Three pass.
Billy with 4.8 million, he folds, and Danilo with all the chips, 10 million.
Four pass.
Almost triple the average.
Blinds up after this hand. Five pass.
Cadian folds, but Crazy Frog on the button here. Ace 10, he is suited. So we're going to see Crazy Frog open. There's a ton of chips on this table. Average is 3.7.
320,000. 320.
This is Crazy Frog.
Seven pass.
Well, we're going to see action here. Clement, pocket eights, big blind. I think we're going to see a 3-bet shove. And I believe Crazy Frog's going to call with the ace 10 suited.
8 raise all in.
There's the all in. Pocket eights. Clement. Let's rip. Total all in move for 2 million. Crazy Frog with a big decision. It's a 35% of his remaining stack. 1.7 million to call. Crazy Frog. Massive decision, but I think this is a call. Ace 10 suited.
6, 7, 8, 9.
It's close though. But I think there's a lot of aces that do this that he's ahead of.
5,000.
Bunch of small pairs he's flipping against. King, Queen. King, Jack suited perhaps. These type hands. Would probably move in here. A lot of activity from Clement. Been 3-betting quite a lot. Can't see Crazy Frog folding this well. Looks like he's talking himself out of it. Ace 10 suited. I think this is very passive.
6 pass.
Clement. Well, if he can 3-bet shove like that and get ace 10 suited to fold, it's a very profitable play. Brings the stack to 2.5 million, average 3.7.
So the blinds is up 80,000, 160,000, 160,000.
New blind level. 80,000, 160,000 blind level. So, full table once again, 9-handed. Chiquita, banana, 34 remain, 3.7 million average stack.
3 pass.
This is Billy, 4.8 million stack, and Danilo, Sisternino, Ace Jack, 10 million stack. He's good for the overall tournament chip lead. makes it 405,000, which is pretty sizable with big blind at 160. Arcadian. Well, Arcadian with pocket nines. Arcadian makes the call. Crazy Frog with ace 5. And another ace about to be folded. This is not good. If you're sitting in Danilo's seat, all of your outs going into the muck. Arcadian's pocket nines. Strong favourite. Mark folds the ace 3. And now Lucky. Big blind position. King 4 off. He let that one go. And we're going to go and see a flop. 2 overs versus the under pair. 3, 5, 6, 9's good. Danilo first to speak. Arcadian big favourite here. There's 1.2 million in the pot. We'll see a bet. Close to 600,000. It's 570. Arcadian going nowhere. 570 to call. I think Danilo just shuts down here. Nothing he can do. Arcadian. I think he bets here to protect his hand. Given his 2 blockers to the nuts, I mean, he's just never getting raised here. So he can comfortably fire at this, protect his pair, take down the pot. Danilo just has to check fold. Ace Jack's missed. Well, just waiting for Danilo to fold this out. He's beating absolutely nothing. Raise pre got called. The only hand you could possibly say, maybe ace 10 that floated on the flop, but that's a bit of a stretch. There you have it, Danilo Sistolino, top of the chart there, sitting on close to 9 million. Arcadian, close to 6 million. Frederick Themer, 5.7 million. Crazy Frog, 5 million. Billy, 4.8. I mean, there's a ton of chips. There's only like 2 players below average stack. $33 remain. Arcadian.
5 pass.
Queen Jack, he folds. Crazy Frog folds. Well, back Crazy Frog.
6 pass.
Still has the cards, but he does fold. Mark with the Ace Queen and the cutoff.
Seven raised 325,000.
Now, Clement. 2.4 and a lucky 2.7. These are the two short stacks. Chiquita in the big blind here versus a cutoff open from Mark. It's 325,000. Big blind is 160. So just 165 to call. Chiquita cutting out chips. Well, I can't see why you 3-bet here. You just flat and get a good price to see a flop you might connect. That's what he decides to do. Just flat calls. Not so much to hit a pair, but he'd be looking to make a flush, a straight, 2 pair trips. But he misses. King 8-6, 2 diamonds. Mark has completely missed this as well. But that king high board favouring his range rather than the player in the big blind defending. Gone check, check, 6 on the turn. Now Chiquita could come out betting here, and he does. He's got more 6s in his range than the pre-flop raiser Mark. But Mark with the 2 overs, recognising the situation. Of course, that's a card that Chiquita could rep. Ace-high good quite often, so he calls. Now this is a problem card for Chiquita. Flush gets there. Wouldn't be out of the question for Mark to check back on the flop with the flush drawn. Call a bet in the turn. Diamond gets there. Chiquita banana with 4 high, can't win the hand. He knows that, so he's going to fire. There's 1.7 million in the pot. He's going to have to go big. He decides to give up. He checks. And Mark with ace high. Goes to showdown. Chiquita folds. That's a big pot, that is. Chiquita down to 3.2 million Mark. Now close to 5 million. Button moves. Clement, you can see in seat 8 and seat 9 is lucky 761. 2 short stacks on this feature table of the No Limit Hold'em Mini Main Event. The first Gold Ring event during the World Series of Poker Circuit Spring Edition here in King's Resort. Delighted to bring you all this action. Now Billy with 4.8 million folds. Danilo folds an Arcadian. The 10-3 of diamonds gets out of the way. Crazy Frog playing 5 million flat. No interest with the Nutlow 3-2 offsuit. Mark playing similar stack size. Queen 4 in the hijack position.
7 pass.
Now, folded around to Clement in the cutoff. 400k out there. You could see Clement shove here in the cutoff. Ace 8. All in announced. Ace 8 goes all in. And there's nothing really Lucky 7-6-1 can do with King 9. Puts chips on his cards. I'm pretty sure he would have shoved if Clement folded, but Clement gets his money in first. Lucky can't be calling off with King 9 off. He folds, and Chiquita with the Queen Jack, he'll also fold. Frederick in the big blind. Lets that one go, so Clement gets a stack up to 2.8 million. Big blind is 160k, so the volume of blinds less and less, of course, every time a blind level expires and we're introduced to a new bigger blind level. This is the 160k. Just 33 players left from 2,500 plus players that started out, creating a prize pool of 540k. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Spring Edition. We're watching the No Limit Hold'em Mini Main Event. Main event itself is a €1,700 buy-in with a 1 million guaranteed prize pool. This is Danilo. No invitations required to get the Italian involved. He's got the chips. He's under the gun here with the Jack 9 suited. Makes it 340,000. Action with Arcadian. Has position on Danilo, but I can't see him getting involved here with the 10-9 off. Crazy Frog folds. 6 deuce offsuit. An action with Mark. Then we have Clement. When Mark folded, Clement folds. Lucky has to fold in the cutoff. 2.7 million, he's the short stack, along with Clement. Banana Man, 7-2 offsuit. Has no interest. Frederick with the 8-6 suited. And now in the big blind, we have Billy, who looks down at 7-2 off. Not sure what's going on. I think Billy's asking for more space at the table.
Front line.
There's 9 players, so Arcadian should be directly opposite the dealer, which he seems to be. I don't know if when you see this, it's a huge table, this feature table, massive. So, action with Mark. Under the gun +2, Mark on the very right of your screen in the white hoodie, black face mask. He folds the 9-7. Clement 2.8 million stack.
8 plus. 7, 8 plus.
He folds. You can see the field size down to 33.
9 plus.
And Chiquita in the cutoff now with an ace.
One raise. 375. 2 plus. 3 plus.
Billy folds an ace in the small blind, which is quite reasonable given he's out of position. Now, what's Danilo doing? Going to 3-bet with Jack 5 and seen him
3 plus. 4 raise. 880.
come out with plays like this before. Not afraid to spice things up, Danilo. However, Chiquita has been around the block and some. Very experienced Chiquita. Chiquita not going anywhere. And Chiquita Banana with just above a pot size bet behind. 10-9-6. Well, Chiquita has missed, and look at this. Danilo fires. Chiquita in the lead. 2-1 favourite, but very hard to call with ace high here. Very difficult. I mean, this is just so risky from Danilo. But it looks like it's going to work. Can't see Chiquita calling off for his tournament knife with just ace high. Oh, it's such a weak kicker. Ace 4. But you could see Chiquita reading the situation for what it was pre-flop. But nothing he can do now on the flop. And Danilo shows. Rubs it in. Shows the jack rag. And back. up close to 10 million for Danilo, who is the overall tournament chip leader.
Yes, chips. Because they don't know if you have a card. Yes. Small one, please. Six pass. Seven pass.
So Clement playing 2.8 million,
320
Queen 10 suited,
9 pass.
decides to open. He makes it 320, which is a minimum raise.
Pass.
Just two bigs.
Two pass.
Folded all the way around to Billy, who you'd expect here to fold the Jack 9 off. But what Danilo will do is just
4 pass.
anyone's guess. Hugely unpredictable. Does fold the 5-4. Acadian in the big blind with the Jack 8 of hearts. Very defendable hand. Just costing him one big blind. 160k already, 720 out there.
5 call. 320.
Getting 5-1. It's in the 160 and we're going to go and see a flop. Just a couple of blinds inflate these pots so big. Combo
5 check.
for Clement. Flush draw, straight draw. Arcadian has missed. There's 880k out there, so I think Clement is just happy to take this down now on the flop. And that he will do. Arcadian won't be continuing with Jack 8 of hearts. No pair, no draw. And the hand is folded. Clement Cure, 3.4 million. Hard working. Gets his stack closer to that average, which is about 3.8 million. With 32 players left in the mix. All of these players guaranteed €1,800. Of course, the big money. Paid out tomorrow. Change a dealer and you can see the chip count graphic for this feature table. Danilo, the 10 million stack overall tournament chip leader. Chiquita, a6, he folds. Frederick with a6 also, he folds. You can see the impact the big stack has had since he's sat at this table. Danilo, a hand there, you would see Frederick normal open, but not with Danilo. Still to act, sitting on a 10 million stack. Billy opens at the cutoff, ace-2 suited. Danilo folds. But Arcadian is going to come in here from the small blind with king-8 suited. So queen 7-3, Crazy Frog, who's getting a massive price in the big blind position. Well, apologies, it looks like Billy is limped. Crazy Frog, 7-4, steals a pot. I mean, Billy, if he raises there on the cutoff position, he wins this pot, no doubt in my mind. But that limp gives a free flop to the big blind, who connects and donk leads. End of story. Crazy Frog gets his stack up to 5.3 million. The Greek player exactly on par with his fellow countryman who's sitting next to him, also sitting on 5.3 million. Clement Cure missing. Don't ask me why. Huge mistake that. But anyway, Chiquita folds. Chiquita just 2.2 million. Frederick timer. 10-5 of diamonds. Frederick 5.3 million stack. Average is around the 4 million mark. This is the big stack. 4-3 off. Danilo Sistanino, the Italian, opens in the cutoff with 4-3 offsuit. Crazy Frog with the suited connectors in the small blind position. Gets involved, puts in the 280. So mark here in the big blind. King 6 offsuit. Very attractive price, 200k, million out there, 5-1. But I think because of the strength of his hand, he'll just decide to let this go. So, two players. Danilo with all the chips in position. But, I mean, he's playing 4-3 off. He does connect. Makes bottom pair and goes into the lead. Crazy Frog with a good shot. Danilo doesn't want to hit his 2 pair. So, just waiting on Crazy Frog to act here. Well, decides to float with the gut shot. Danilo in the lead, but he's not going to be comfortable. That call from Crazy Frog. Jack on the turn. Crazy Frog checks, and Danilo just can't help himself. Fires again, but he is in the lead. 675. You'd expect it to be end of hand. Crazy Frog pulls out a column of high value chips, but I don't think he's going to pull the trigger here. I mean, I'd love to see it, obviously, but puts the chips back in his stack. Holds his good shot. Danilo. Up to 10.5 million. Overall tournament leader, the Italian in control here. He really is entertaining to watch. Super aggro player. Gets the job done, just applies a ton of pressure on his opponents. Blind level still 80,160. We're coming towards the end of this blind level. Frederick folds to 10-4. Now Billy, Jack 6 folds, but Danilo, 11 million. He's in control. And he's going to continue with his foot on the accelerator. Wow. Folds the Queen 9. Interesting. Now, Crazy Frog on the button, folded around to him. He makes it 3-6-5. And Mark is in the small blind here with a suited king. Field size 30 players left in the mix. Big stack is Danilo, who you see there. Second from the left. The Italian with 11 million. But stacking his chips there is Crazy Frog. One of two Greek players side by side. The player in the middle is also from Greece with a decent stack. 900 here on our feature table. That's the short stack. Chiquita, Banana Man. Huge experience. He folds Frederick, folds the 6-2 off. Now, Danilo opens with the 7-6. Well, it's interesting. He was in a later position last hand with the Queen 9 folded, but this occasion he opens with 7-6. Crazy Frog. Just flats with the Ace King. This is really interesting. Unlucky 7-6-1 with Ace 9 in the big blind position, getting a huge price here, 220 to call. 1.2 million in the pot. He's getting more than 5-1 in his money. Ace 9 for lucky 7-6-1. It's a big fold given his price. Huge odds he's getting to call there, but 7-6-1 decides to fold Danilo. Now he's made a pair, checks Crazy Frog with top and the backdoor hearts. Huge favorite here in this hand. His hand is very disguised. There's no way Danilo is putting him on Ace King, that's for sure. And it might be a case of Danilo just floating here, but trying to take Crazy Frog off the hand on later streets. The 9 is a bit of an action killer. But it's not going to stop Crazy Frog from firing once again. $650. Wow. Crazy Frog snap calls. And what's going to happen on the river? That is the question. Is Danilo setting something up here for a river bet? Well, it's not going to work. He's unlucky, that king on the river. A lot of cards there he gets away with. It's a huge bet. It's just like ridiculous situation because Crazy Frog has the nut boat. Absolutely buzzing with himself. Crazy Frog. Obviously, there's that slight concern. He's up against quad 9s. Don't think it's a real concern, to be honest. It's more likely he's up against a hand like Ace Queen that may call this bet. 10s, Jacks, Queens. The ideal situation for Crazy Frog would be a hand like Ace 9 that has the smaller boat. Danilo. gets caught out. That's the problem when you play loose and fast. Looks like we're on a break. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
You're very welcome back to King's Resort. This is the World Series of Poker circuit. It's the mini main event, the opening event of the festival. Gold ring number 1. It's very late in day 2. We just have 29 players remaining from 2,532 entries. All of these players well in the money, of course. Total prize pool 540,000. Looks like Chiquita was moved to one of the outer tables.
3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
So, last level of the night. This blind level is 100,000, 200,000. Average stack is about 4.5 million.
7 pass.
15 big blind stack for Clement on the button here with a suited jack.
8 pass.
500,000 out there. Now, lucky 761, 2.3 million. Just 11 bigs with an ace. He should be shoving here.
9 call 200.
Well, he might survive, but he may not. Frederick will be applying pressure. I'm just putting my opponent all in here.
Two raise all in. 9 pass.
It's remarkable how lucky 761 escaped there. 11 bigs, picks up an ace in the small blind, and then folds. I know I'd be bust. I just shove into the big blind with any ace. Of course, Frederick's going to call with ace 9. So, button moves. This is the mini main event. We also have the gold ring number 2 event running also. The 2-day event started today. 100k guaranteed. I think there's close to 250 players creating 150k in the prize pool. All of these events usually hammer crush the guarantees. There's the allure of being awarded that very prestigious World Series poker gold ring. Of course, the big prize pools also very attractive to the players. Mark in the hijack here with an ace, he folds. Clement very impressed with his play today. Lucky 7-6-1 still alive. Now Frederick small blind 7-4 offsuit versus very aggressive Danilo. But Frederick, well, it's Billy actually, sorry. Billy in the big blind. It's a completely different prospect to Danilo. Now Lucky with a pair in the cutoff. This is the short stack, 11 big blind stack. Folds the small pair. Frederick 9-4 suited on the button. He's got Billy in the small, he's got Danilo in the big blind. Billy not interested, Danilo had the goods, ace-7 suited. Now, under the gun, Crazy Frog, ace jack of spades. Certainly going to see an open, while you would expect. Big blind is 200,000, so going to see an open for about 450k. Well, he's sized up, but he's run into it here, Mark. Pocket jacks. Mark shoving 4.5 million, massive shove.
Two pass. Three pass. Count.
Wow, Danilo with the Cowboys. Huge hand here. And I mean, Crazy Frog is so dead. One of his jacks about to be folded. We just have one out.
4,475. Yeah. 4,475,000.
Danilo
Raise all in. 4 raise all in.
with the re-raise. Arcadian doesn't have a decision with pocket sixes.
5 pass.
And we're going to see a snap fold with the ace jack from Crazy Frog. Not sure why he's taking so long to fold the ace jack.
And 6 pass. So down, please.
Brutal situation for Mark. He's run into it. Jacks into kings. He was hoping, obviously, his opponent will turn over ace king. Pocket kings. Danilo Sisternino. Great shape here. 87% equity. 2 spades. Danilo with the only spade. Mark just 1 out. Jack of clubs. Queen of spades on the turn. Jack of clubs. Only card that can help. Mark's eliminated. Interesting. Crazy Frog would have hit the nut flush with his ace jack of spades. And Crazy Frog is asking Clement about a hand, I'd imagine. Crazy Frog from Greece. Sorry, that's Mark, who just got busted. Crazy Frog folded the ace jack of spades pre. Mark got it in with the jacks. Ran into the kings. Belonging to this man who has an absolute massive stack. About 17 million it looks like. Average is about 4.5. Lucky 761 with the tens. 2.2 million, which is 11 bigs. All in announced, 11 big blinds. Frederick with pocket eights, asking for an exact count. Interesting situation. Lucky's been playing pretty snug, so it's not really a case you're going to be crushing your opponent here too often. And I think Frederick might even fold this. Should be a great fold. Does have players still to act, not closing the action. You're going to be flipping a whole bunch of time. Very rarely have you got your opponent crushed here. Seen Lucky fold these small pairs. Having said that, it is just 11 bigs. It's very close. Pocket eights. I mean, Lucky. Such great shape to get a double. Frederick, you can see it's right on the borderline. Nines is in there. Big proportion of a stack, 2.2 million. Don't think he does it. I think the eights are folded. It's close though.
25,000. 2,225,000.
Decent fold, but Billy won't be folding. Billy goes with this. 3.7 million. 18 bigs. 11 big, wow. Ace Queen folds. It's pretty tight. Danilo folds the King 9. So, pocket tens. Takes down the blinds and antes after Crazy Frog folds the 6-2 off. 27 now remain. A couple of bust outs on the outer tables. 27. 2,532 entries. Just 27 remain. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Mini Main Event. Blinds 100k, 200k. Average about 4.6 million. Frederick 6-4 folds. Billy folds the Queen 5, and this is Danilo. Massive stack. 15 million. Makes it 5-2-5 with the 8-5. And he's going to get a fold from Crazy Frog. Clement in the big blind. He's going to hate this. It's cost him 400k. But I don't think he puts in any more. I think he folds this 9-7. That's your chip leader. 3 times the average stack. He's enough. He's average stack for final table with 3 tables in play. Average 4.6 million. Now Billy, 3.7 million stack. He's going to be snap folding the 5-4 offsuit under the gun +1. And Danilo opening so light. Wouldn't surprise me to see him open again with 6 deuce. Let's it go this time. Arcadian folds and Crazy Frog with 7-4. Lets it go, but Clement Pocket nine, small blind. Two short stacks side by side. Clement sitting on 2.5 million. Lucky 761 sitting on pretty close to the same stack size.
Big race away.
Clement moves all in and Lucky folds the Queen 7. Big stack Danilo. 525 standard race size for him. This time he opens with the Queen Jack. Acadian, nothing he can do. Crazy Frog. Suited Queen. But he just lets this go. It's just too difficult a spot. Still players to act. Now, Clement. Ace 4 suited. Potential perhaps. Has he a big enough stack to 3-bet rip and get Danilo to fold? That's the question. This ace blocking so many premium hands. Clement decides against shoving. Lucky. King Jack suited, small blind. I'd be tempted. Well, I'm hating the flat call, to be honest. I think if he's going to play here, I think he just puts it in. That's what I'd like to see. Frederick Teamer getting massive price here. 325. With 1.5 million in the pot. So he's getting close to 5 to 1. Wow. How does he fold that? Danilo asking for clarification on what Lucky has. That's the problem with the flat call from Lucky. What does he do when he misses? Check fold, I suppose. Clement would have flopped the nut flush draw. Nothing he can do here with the King Jack. And Danilo is going to steal another one. This is for over 30% of a stack. Backdoor hearts, backdoor straight. Danilo doing what Danilo does best, collecting chips, 16 million, 80 big blinds. It's an absolute massive stack. And we have Lucky at the opposite end of the chip count chart, sitting below 10 bigs and 1.8 million. It's late in the day, just a couple of more hands to go. I say that, about 10 more minutes left before we pause the clock.
4-8, 5-25.
Danilo once again, 5-2-5.
5 fast.
Crazy Frog, 8-6 folds,
8 fast.
and Danilo just running over this table.
9 fast.
Lucky down to 9 bigs. Frederick, it's going to be folding the Queen 7. Folded a suited ace in the big blind. So certainly won't see him continuing with the Queen 7. Billy, ace 5. Come on, Billy, get your chips in. This guy is just running this table over. You gotta stand up to him. Ace 5 in the big blind. Billy not looking like he wants to continue. Picks his cards up, gives them to the dealer, and it's another present for the Italian, who's like a kid in a candy store, just grabbing all that he can. Nobody stopping him. Lucky moves in with 7-6. In the cutoff, Frederick asking for a clear count, 1.8 million, 9 bigs. Frederick has ace 9. Look how close the equity is. 7-6 versus ace 9. This, of course, takes into account the cards that have been folded. Graphic on the top right, down clicked once again. 26 players remain. Frederick folds the ace 9. Billy's going to fold the king 5. And now Danilo, ace 8. Well, Danilo will take a punt here, I'd say. 1.6 million to call. It's just 8 big blinds. He has an ace. It's close. 50-50. Lucky. Ace 8. Sorry, Lucky a 7-6 suited. Danilo with the ace 8. Seven, 6 of spades versus ace 8. Nine, 6, 10 flop. Danilo hits his 8, but that gives us straight to Lucky. And in fact gives him a straight flush draw as backup. 7, 6 of spades gets the double. Button moves. 26 still remain. Lucky with a double up. Breathes a bit of life into a stack. Brings him up to about 4 million.
Okay, last 3 hands. This is first. First from 3.
Dealer announced last 3 hands. 26 players remain. Just 1% of the original starting field. We are 7-handed here on our feature table. Crazy Frog under the gun with the Queen 10. Clement, 15 big blinds, suited ace. Might shove here. Pick up the $500,000. Last hand of the night, he's going to be posting blinds. Slides against it, folds the ace 8. Arcadian with a monster here. Ace Jack suited. Blind versus blind. Arcadian shoves. Danilo folds. Button moves. 26 players still in the mix. Last couple of hands of the evening. We're going to be back together tomorrow for the final of this No Limit Hold'em Mini Main Event. Broadcast starts at 2:30. I'm going to bring you all the action. One of these players will be awarded €92,500. Top 6, of course, part of the payout is that World Series of Poker main event seat. Billy with ace jack suited, this open will get a bit of respect. Haven't seen Billy play a hand since he arrived on our feature table. Arcadian with jack 8 and Crazy Frog in the big blind with 10-3 suited. Decides to peel a flop, puts in the additional 300k. We're going to go and see a flop. Ace deuce 3 pair for Crazy Frog with the backdoor hearts, but Billy with top pair, backdoor spades, check, bet, fold, order of play you'd expect. Well, Crazy Frog gonna float here. Has a pair, 2 pair draw, trip draw, backdoor flush draw. Pair could be ahead. Oh boy, that is sick. That is just super sick. 10 on the turn. Of course, Billy. Well, 5-4, obvious concern, given that it's a big blind defending. Not all the 5-4s defend. Ace 10 is a concern, but Billy ain't stopping. 2.6 million in the pot. Billy with just 2.1 million behind. Oh, looks like it went check, check on the turn. Crazy Frog. Good recognition of what's going on. 1.4 million value bet. Gets a crying call from Billy, who leaves himself with shrapnel. Just 675, huge pot. Crazy Frog up to 9.5 million. That was massive. Pretty sick hand. Hit a pair, so he floated. Did have the backdoor hearts. Just catching up with the remarks in the chat. Thank you, Tall Mountain. You are very generous. Appreciate your kind remarks. We're going to be back tomorrow at 2:30 for the final of this No Limit Hold'em mini main event. First gold ring in the World Series of Poker Circuit Spring Edition. It's going to be 12 gold rings awarded throughout the next couple of weeks, and a minimum of 3 million guaranteed in payouts. Now, Cowboys for Frederick. Kings have been the hand of the day. 5-6 times we've seen them. Always big pots. Will we have a big pot to end with? Crazy Frog in this small blind, puts in the additional 450, which I find very loose. Out of position, Queen Jack off. Frederick with the goods here. Pocket Kings, already 1.5 million in the pot. Oh, this is going to be expensive. Open ender for Crazy Frog.
To bet 300,000.
300k. Of course, Crazy Frog gonna call. Any ace, any nine to make it straight. Queen no good, Jack no good. 6 on the turn. Crazy Frog is going to go check, and I think you're going to see Frederick size up here. Probably closer to $1 million. Well, still very small sizing. And Crazy Frog getting the right price to call. Full house for Frederick. Crazy Frog.
To bet 2 million.
Check folding here. Missed everything.
6 pounds.
And that's the end of pot. Frederick finishes on 7.2 million, shows the nut house. It's been a hugely entertaining stream. Some real quality action. We're going to finish the stream now. 25 players get through to the final day from 2,532 entries. Just 1% survive. These players will come back tomorrow, battle it out for that 92,500 euro. Remember, this was just a 250 euro buy-in. So do join us tomorrow. 2:30 start from me. It's good night from Kings. And we'll see you tomorrow.